Conference is a global platform dedicated to the advancement, preservation, and innovation of African languages. Established in 2022, AFLC was created to bridge the gap between language policy, technology, and real world application. Now, in its fourth edition, AFLC has grown into a leading force for linguistic and digital equity. For each year, it brings together scholars, educators, policymakers, and advocates to promote language rights, multilingual education, and digital inclusion. This milestone edition is especially significant as AFLC 2025 marks the first on site gathering hosted at the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, alongside its global virtual program. As always, the theme for this year is harnessing African languages for digital transformation and social justice. The AFLC takes place every year from 21st of February to the 28th. With 1,500 plus attendees, 50 plus speakers, and sessions in over 2 dozen African languages, AFLC continues to expand its reach and impact. Now, for some of our partners, we have Bolingo Consult, we have ALCA, Stanford University, Alkalan, GPI, Gemstones, and many others. Once again, welcome to AFLC 2025, and I hope you enjoy our sessions. To begin, our first session is going to be by the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages, Engage Scholarship Project, which will be moderated by Kagani. I'm sorry, I think I'm about to butcher this name, but please forgive me. Kanathi Shaku. I hope I said that well. And this session is going to be spoken in Sepedi, Isifosa, Sitonga, Setswana, Isindebele, and English. For this session, we'll be looking at machine translation in language practice. This session shares a view about the position, opportunities, and shortfalls of machine translation in South Africa and how it affects African indigenous language practitioners. At this point, I'd like to hand the mic over to Shaku to take over the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mary, for introducing us. You did your best in pronouncing my name. It's Khanati. So the there's little of the flow of air starts when you produce the name. I'm Khanati Shaku from the Department of Linguistics and Modern Languages at the University of South Africa. I'm happy that Mary already introduced the panel, the focus of the panel, and also the topic. So I will just introduce the panel so that we know the direction that this discussion will take. So this webinar, it's an output of an Engage Scholarship project registered at the University of South Africa. And the project was established in 2016 with the aim of improving capacity of novice and practicing language practitioners. So far, the project has managed to reach 7 of the 9 provinces of the Republic of South Africa. And throughout the visits, we were able to engage with practicing language practitioners to understand how they operate in their spaces of work, to listen to the challenges that they face. And our role was to give capacity and to help them to find solution to the problems that they are encountering. So one of the things that the project aims to do is to match practice with theory, because we understand that as academics, more often we tend to lean more on the theoretical part of language practice and forget about the practice, but the project aims to match the two legs so that we are able to inform language practice and also to draw knowledge from the practicing practitioners so that they can inform the curriculum transformation. So in this panel, I'm going to have Dr. Shoba, who will do the opening. She will speak to us about language and technology in the context of language practice. And afterwards, then we will have the demonstration part where Ms. Neliswa Mzimba will demonstrate how the technological tools such as Google Translate, ChatGPT, GLOSP, and Gemini accommodate African languages, and she will specifically focus on isiXhosa language. Then after Neliswa Mzimba, we will have Ms. Karabo Mafetsa, who will do the same on the Sepedi language. Then immediately after this practical part, we will have two language practitioners. The first one, the Chitsonga language practitioner. The name is Mr. Dennis Mhlanga. He will speak to us about his experience of using CAT tools in African languages, particularly in the Chitsonga language. And I have to indicate that Dennis Mhlanga, he is an experienced language practitioner. He has been practicing in the field for the past 13 years. So he's going to come to relate to us his experiences, reflecting on how he has been using the CAT tools. Then we will further have Ms. Mapule Mlatisi, who is a seasoned Setswana lexicographer. She is based in the Northwest University. She's going to also relate to us her experience of developing the Setswana language and on how technology assisted her in daily operation. So now I'm going to request Dr. Shoba to give us the background as to what is the relationship between language and technology in the field of language practice. Over to you, Dr. Shoba.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Feziwe Shoba, the member of this project. I'm from the Department of Tuition Support and Facilitation of Learning. I think, colleagues, the first thing we need to think about is the relationship between the two, that is language and technology, and also the policy agenda of our country and also of our institutions. There is a link between language and technology, and this link is like a history because it has been there. But in the digital era, it has become a top agenda where we need to integrate technology in language development and also in language practice. As the section that deals with translation, we need to see what benefits are we gaining from using technology, especially translation technologies. So what kind of link between the two, language and technology, is that it is inherent because both technology and language are dealing with communication, and also in communication, you can't succeed without using language and also technology. And also this is very interesting, the relationship between the two, because it is also not only inherent, but also it is transformative, which means language development and also language practice has been transformed by using translation technologies, particularly in our case when we were engaging with language practitioners in various provinces. So in this section or part of the presentation, we are going to look at the benefits and also reflect on the weaknesses of machine translation. However, looking at those two, the human translation is still the best option in dealing with our languages, because our languages are complicated and also they are rich in cultural nuances. So machines really cannot replace human translators, but that part, we will see it when demonstrations are made. Why are we required to incorporate or integrate machine translation? It's because it is designed to help language users to translate from one language to another. This is the quotation from Setiwati, Adia, and Arawari in 2020. Also, machine translation can give an immediate translation across different languages. By doing that, it improves speed and also accessibility. Also, looking at that, MT cannot be trusted to translate text or documents, because really we require high quality translation and machines cannot do that. But however, they are a necessary aid to all of us, because we are in a digital era and we need speed, and we are producing a high volume of translation. Also, machine translation is not always sensitive to recognize the context of the sentences. You will see that in this presentation, we are highlighting the benefits and also the weaknesses. But to conclude this part, I think it is necessary to mention that a balanced approach need to be adopted by all the language actors and translation actors, because we can't do without technology in this era, and also we can't do without human translators, because after the translation product, a human insight is always required. So as you see in my slide, machine translation, the advantages are tabulated, consistency in terminology, speed and spell checking, and also the benefit of human translators, that is accurate application, able to translate above word level, and quality control. As you know, colleagues, you can use the machine translation, but at the end, a human translator needs to come in to improve quality, and quality is one of our most important aims of translating. Just to touch on disadvantages and challenges of MT, as we've already reflected, they have linguistic and cultural challenges, because sometimes it's very difficult to translate cultural nuances, but that will be demonstrated. Colleagues, I don't want to dwell much on that. I think let me pause there so that you can see how our machines are translating and what are the challenges. But I want to end my presentation by saying the human translator will be always the most important person in a translation process. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shoba, for giving us the context of machine translation and human translation. I take note of the fact that although we use the machine translation to make our work to be effective and also to pursue efficiency, human touch is still important. So now I'm going to request Ms. Nelly Somzimba to come and demonstrate to us as to how the technological tools accommodate the isiXhosa language as one of the official languages of South Africa. Over to you, Ms. Mzimba.
Good morning, colleagues, or good afternoon, depending on which side of the world you are in. Thank you, Dr. Shago. My name is Nelly Mzimba, and I am one of the members of this Engaged Scholarship Project titled Skills Training for Editors and Translators Workshop. I will go through our analysis of machine translation of the isiXhosa language into English and vice versa. Now, Xhosa, locally known as isiXhosa, is an indigenous language spoken in South Africa, including parts of Zimbabwe, and is one of the 12 official languages of South Africa. In South Africa, it is spoken mostly in our provinces, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, parts of Northern Cape, and Gauteng. isiXhosa is famous for its clicks, like the these and the these and the cues. Uqale nini ukuliqonda ukuba liyaqaqamba eliqhakuva lisemqolo? That's how Xhosa sounds like. It is famous and known for its clicks. Now, in our analysis, we have two source texts, the English source text translated into isiXhosa and isiXhosa source text translated into English. We have used Google Translate, we have used ChatGPT, and we have used also Glossary. Now, the English source text translated into isiXhosa is an extract from an article published on the Citizen News site. We chose this particular text because it consists of figurative phrases and English terms that need decoding when translated into an African language. And we wanted to see how machines will deal with this kind of text when translating into isiXhosa. And the isiXhosa source text, on the other hand, is an extract from a short story book titled Unojayiti Wam, written by a famous novelist, G.B. Singo, published by Lovedale Press in 1980. Now, this literary text was chosen because it is archaic in its nature, and it consists of figurative phrases and also embedded in culture. Sorry, colleagues, I did not move my slide. I will just, yes. Okay, now the English source text, as you can see, reads as follows. But the most devastating and lasting damage caused by the indifference of those in power is not the electricity grid. The real damage they have happily continued with is an education system that has produced millions and millions of functionally illiterate adults for 3 decades. The latest progress in international reading literacy study that says 81% of grade 4 pupils in South Africa cannot read for meaning is such a red flag on government failures that in any modern democracy, heads should roll. Now that is our source text in English, and I'm going to quickly go to our isiXhosa source text, and it reads as follows. Babe bahle bonke abantwana bakaTawuse umsapho abonojayiti, ngakumbi amantombazana, kodwa hayi unoziganeko. Wayemhle umntwana engamanzandonga. Zaqhekeka iintloko zabafana besixeko, bonke bethe phithi bemfuna, bonke bezinkala bezitsholololo, kodwa aphumaze. Zenda zonke iintanga zikanoziganeko, zamshiya zonke eyintombi. Loo nto ibangelwa kukucekeca kwakhe okukhulu. As we have mentioned before, this is a short story written and published in 1980. This particular story is quite interesting because it is framed within a cultural context. It is about a beautiful young lady who is known for being choosy and particular when it comes to accepting love proposals from young men. The story goes to say that all young men in the city were throwing themselves at her, shooting their shot, but none of them won her heart. It is said that all the young women her age got married and left her still single, as beautiful as she was. Dawuse, her mother, and Nojayiti, her aunt, sister to Dawuse, started getting worried about this and took things into their own hands. Now, please note that the red that you see on the translations generated through machines on my right-hand side is highlighting the errors that we noted from the translations, just to give you an idea of the quality of translations produced. Okay, we're going to move on to our analysis. We have noted a number of errors. What I'm going to do here is that I'm going to read each point in isiXhosa and explain in English so that we all go together and understand. Oomatshini abakwazanga ukunakana amagama abantu kwezi nguqulelo atshintshiwe. Now here we have noticed that proper nouns such as the names of the characters in the short story were for some reason changed to names that do not exist in the isiXhosa language by machines. Like for instance, Noziganeko was changed to Nochadana or Nochadana or Nosadasana, and Nojayiti was changed to Jati, which are names that do not exist in the isiXhosa language. This is one of the shortfalls that we've noticed. Now, machines could not differentiate also the gender or match the characters with proper gender pronouns. In that they would throw in a he instead of a she, mainly because isiXhosa does not have a he or a she, or does not differentiate in its pronouns gender-wise. So we also noticed that as well. And also, amagama esiXhosa angafane asetyenziswe, amagama anqabileyo, kuba nzima ukuba oomatshini bawaguqule kuba baxhomekeke kumagama asetyenziswa rhoqo akoovimba besigama. Ukuba ibingumntu oguqulayo, ebeya kujonga kwisichazimagama, umzekelo, okanye abuze kwabanye abaguquleli, kungenjalo abantu abathetha isiXhosa. Now, what we are pointing out here is that, as we mentioned earlier, that the book was published in 1980, which means the isiXhosa used is quite deep or perhaps archaic. This means that some of the words used do not exist in the existing memories of the machines or the corpora in the machines, because you know, the AI is a recent invention, and therefore machines would then fail to recognize and or retrieve the meaning of those words. And an example that we have given is ukucekeka, which basically means to be choosy or particular. Remember, we spoke about Noziganeko, who was very choosy and particular in who she wanted her lover to be. But the machine totally failed to recognize this this word, this verb, and instead it translated to uNozganeko because of her carelessness. She didn't get married sooner, or because of her shyness. And the most ridiculous one that we found was it was because of her haircut. So it looks like the machines did not recognize that particular archaic word and therefore failed to translate and lost the meaning of the context altogether. And also, ukutyeshelwa kwemigaqo yopelo nobhalo, ukutyeshelwa kwemithetho yegrama, umatshini uyabulahla, ukutyeshelwa kwemithetho yegrama nemithetho yelwimi. Some of the errors included grammatical errors, expectedly so. The machines didn't follow proper language rules. Also, machines lack creativity, producing translations that are not fluent, like the example that we have right here, where a machine used mnandi as an adjective to describe damage, which is not a proper adjective to use, if it was a human translator, they would have recognized that that was not a proper adjective to use. Apho ulahleke khona umatshini ulahleka kuphele. Now we've also noticed that there are instances where machine translations completely misses the mark. You find sentences, phrases, and words that make no sense at all. As you can see, all that is in red on your right-hand side, that are the mistakes that we got. Machine translation would just throw in words and phrases that have no meaning and are not part of the context. Umashini ushiyelela intaphane yamagama abekwitekisi yentsusa nabenokunika intsingiselo. We've realized that machines would make omissions that would then be detrimental in the gist and the meaning of the text. Also, inguqulelo ngomatshini iyasilela ekuguquleni izafobe endaweni yokunika intsingiselo. Endaweni yokunika intsingiselo echanekileyo, oomatshini basuke baguqulele igama negama, nto leyo elahla intsingiselo. When it comes to isiXhosa, these AI tools completely missed the mark. They could not recognize figurative language. As a result, all idioms that existed within the texts that we've used were translated literally and lost their meaning altogether. An example is the red flag. The machine translated it literally and said, "Ye flag ebomvu," which literally means red flag, which makes now this idiom lose its meaning altogether. Instead of saying isilumkiso in isiXhosa, meaning warning. Intloko eziqengqelekayo, for instance, means heads should roll. It is an idiom or a saying in English that means people will be dismissed or forced to resign as a consequence. The machine literally translated it into intloko eziqhekekayo, meaning intloko eziqengqelekayo, meaning that heads that actually roll, which is not the correct or proper equivalent. Now, if it was a human translator, they would have recognized that there are, equivalent idioms such as kuza kunobatana or kuza kunuka ikuza, to substitute for that idiom. Ukukhethwa kwamagama angahambelaniyo nomongo okanye umxholo wetekisi ze loo nto yenze intetho ingavakali. Machines also have a tendency of just throwing in words that have nothing to do with the context, making the text lose its meaning. Machines also, we have recognized that they are unable to identify concords and agreements. And we have been a lot of misspelled words that were found in the translations by machines. Now, despite of all the blunders we have mentioned, there are some advantages that come with machine translation. Like, for instance, machine translation saves time because it is easier to retrieve corpora stored in the memory, which makes the process of translation much quicker. A translation retrieved by machines makes the life of a translator, for instance, a little easier, because instead of having to translate a source text from scratch, the translator can then edit what was retrieved by the machine, which saves time. And also, because machines save time, this means they also save money for translating companies. Now, in a nutshell, what are we saying? We are saying we must come to terms with the fact that machines translation is necessary in these modern times of advanced technology. However, it is without a doubt that human intervention is needed to clean up the sloppy work produced by machines for high quality translations and proper language use. Now, our recommendations are that language practitioners, editors, translators must continue to feed machines with the right information to decrease these errors in machine translations. We also are saying that we should feed the machines with proper high quality translations to enhance corpora stored in the machines for our own advantage. Thank you so much, colleagues. Ndiyabulela kakhulu ngokuba nindiboleka indlebe. This is the end of the isiXhosa analysis. Makube chosibele.
Thank you, Ms. Mzimba, for contextualizing the isiXhosa language in the era of technology. You demonstrated how technology accommodates the isiXhosa language. Let me maybe just mention that although isiXhosa and the Sepedi language, which will follow now, are both agglutinating languages, which means that there are types of languages that primarily forms words by stringing together morphemes, meaning each typically representing a single grammatical meaning. These two languages are different in terms of writing because the isiXhosa language uses a conjunctive writing style, while the Sepedi language uses a disjunctive writing style. So now I'm going to request Ms. Karabo Mafetsa to come to demonstrate to us on how the technological tools accommodates the Sepedi language. Over to you, Karabo Mafetsa.
Thobela le kae ka Sepedi re dumedisa re thobela ke tshepa gore botlhe ba ba leng ka gare ga mafaratlhatlha le hono ba tsogile gabotse ka ge ba tsebisitse ka leina ke nna Karabo Mafetsa ke fa le hono ke le moemedi wa ba polelo ya segagešo e le go Sepedi. Sepedi ke le lengwe la maleme ya rena segagešo a re a bolelang nageng ya rena Afrika Borwa, and what that means is that my name is Karabo Mafetsa. I am here today representing Sepedi Speakers. Sepedi is one of the official languages of South Africa, and as the Sepedi Speakers, what we did is we took a text, which is our source text. You can see it on your left-hand side. The source text is originally in Sepedi. And then we put it into 4 different machine tools, which consist of ChatGPT, Glossary, Google Translate, and Gemini. And the reason for us doing this was for us to figure out how effective, or rather how accurate machine translation is. In Sepedi, to explain that, I would say that as you can see it on your left, right, which is the internet. Ka gare ga mehuta ye mene ya machine translation tools, like I previously mentioned, we used Gemini, ChatGPT, Glossby, and Google Translate. So right now I'm going to read our source text. You will see it on the left-hand side. You'll just follow along, even though you're not going to be able to understand. I'll explain later. It reads as follows. Ge motho a hlagelwa ke mathata, a ka ipotsa gore mohlomongwe bophelo bo mo mmeletše ditshehlo, a hutša gore lefatshe le ka re bulege tsena. Se se direga ge motho a nagana gore matshwenyego a bophelo a hlagela yena fela, a hloka temogo ya gore mepipi ka moka e yana. Eupša ge a bolela le batho ba bangwe, a lemoga gore mathata a bona a feta a gagwe. Ge ditaba di le ka tsela ye, yena go kaone gore batho re tsebe gore le ge re llela go phela, re tlo llišwa ke gore bophelo e le tau ya motswedi. So to summarize what that source text or what the paragraph means, it's basically talking about how, and I feel like a lot can relate, every time when you go through problems, you tend to think that you're the only one going through those very same problems. But the moment you take time to look around you, you'll then get to realize that other people are also going through the same problems as you. So I'm going to talk about some of the things we noticed when we were going through the 4 translation we received from Glossby, ChatGPT, Google Translate, and Gemini. The first statement I'm going to talk about is a hutša gore lefatshe le ka re bulege a tsena. So this statement in simple terms speaks about how every time when you're going through problems, you wish as if the world would literally split into half and you would fall into the cracks or into the hole as a manner of you trying to escape whatever it is that you're going through, right? And then when you look at the translations that we got from the different machine translation tools, some of them are not fully accurate. 2 of which we got were accurate, and I'm going to read them, right? So the first one we got from ChatGPT says, sighing as if the world has turned against them. Sorry, this one is not accurate. And then the second one we got from Gemini says, feeling that the world has betrayed them. To further go back to our statement is, which means that when you're going through problems, you wish as if the world would open up and you fall into the cracks of that hole in order for you to escape whatever it is that you would be going through. Now, these 2 translations we got from ChatGPT and Gemini say, sighing as if the world has turned against them and feeling that the world has betrayed them, which in no way mean the same thing as what we have in the source text. In our source text, there's nowhere where we are speaking about people betraying you or feeling as if the world has turned like it's back on you. But however, the other 2 translations we received from Google Translate and Glossby were correct, and they read as follows. The one we got from Google Translate says, wishing that the world would open up to him, he came in. And the one we got from Glossby says, guessing that the world will open up for us, and he went in. Just from this example, you are then able to see how machine translation sometimes does not understand the context of things because it translates literally and not figuratively. So it's not able to understand that a statement like is a figurative statement. So it misses the context of that. Remember, as translators, we need to remember that when you're translating, the source text meaning needs to be maintained all from the source text into the target text. Instead, I would say from our source text into our target text. The second example I'm going to talk about is tau ya motswedi. You will find this example towards the end of the source text right there. It says that's the last sentence in the source text. And basically in this context, life is being compared to a female lion, right? But not just a female lion. The lion could either be pregnant or it would have given birth, but we're talking about a female lion, which points us to what? Gender. Now, when you come and look at the translations that we got, the ones from Google Translate, ChatGPT, and Glossby were correct because they point us to, it says a lioness or a lion to its cub and a nesting lion. For instance, if you look to your right, you'll see the one from Google Translation. It says, we will cry for life because life is a nesting lion. And if you think about a nesting lion, you can imagine the lion just gave birth. It's probably nursing its wounds or nursing its cub. Let me try and go to the next slide. The next slide says that a fierce lion to its cub. As you know, after a lion gives birth or a lioness gives birth, then the child of the lion is called what? A cub. Let me go to the next one. The next one, which is from Gemini, says that we will be tested by life because life is full of trials. And as I've already explained, in the source text, we are comparing life to a female lioness, right? But in this case, Gemini says that life is full of trials, which has completely missed the meaning of the source text. And that is another example of how machine translation misses the mark and gives us incorrect translation, which then brings us back to how important human translation or the human aspect is important in this case. Like I said, Tauya Motswetji, we're talking about a female lion, but Gemini in this case says life full of trials. And as much as the meaning might be semi-correct, but when we're coming to how translation is supposed to be, Gemini has completely lost the mark. The other example I'm going to talk about is a famous proverb in the Sepedi culture. The proverb says, "Mipipi iyana," right? So this proverb, right, means that every time a person is going through problems, they sometimes think that they are the only ones going through those problems. Like I explained the text, this is basically what this proverb means. Sometimes when you're going through problems, you tend to think that you're the only one going through them. But the moment you look around you, you get to understand that you're not the only one going through those problems, that other people are either going through the same problems or even worse problems. I'll give an example. Let me look for it quickly. It says, when we look at the translations that we got from the different machine translation tools, I'll read them as follows. Gemini says that, again, before I read the translation, we know that this proverb means that a person lacks the awareness that other people are going through the same problems as them and that their problems are not unique only to them. So Gemini says this happens when a person thinks that their life's problems are unique to them. They lack awareness that everyone experiences difficulties, which is correct. And then ChatGPT says this happens when one believes that life's problems affect only them, failing to recognize that everyone faces challenges. Again, it's correct. Dlosky, on the other hand, says this occurs when a person thinks that life's anxieties are unique to him. He lacks the insight that all other sources are, which is semi-correct because the fact that they said which they lack insight that all other sources are is a bit incorrect. But Dlosby was also able to understand the meaning of the proverb. Google Translate, on the other hand, I laughed a bit when I saw this. It says, this happens when a person thinks that life's anxieties are only for him. He lacks the awareness that all the pipes are raining. There's nowhere in the source text we're talking about rain. There's nowhere in the source text we're talking about pipes. But instead, because the proverb says "Mipipi kamuka iyana," it probably thought "mipipi" means pipes. And that's not what we're saying. It's a proverb. So the other machine translation tools, your Gemini, ChatGPT, were able to understand that here it's a proverb, and they were able to read in between the lines and understand the context of the proverb. Right. Furthermore, we noticed that machine translation is unable to solve pronominal references such as their and they. For instance, in our source text, if you look to your left, you can see in the first sentence, we say, I'll focus on that part which says in Sepedi, if we focus on that part, only comes from the verb water. The moment you put I in front of the verb, it's called litiri, which means it's a self-inflicted action, meaning that the person is doing what? Inflicting that action on themselves. But when you look at the translations that you get, they are talking about plural form, which again is another problem that we notice with machine translation. It's unable to solve pronominal references. Instead, it translates Sepedi pronominal references to plural form. For instance, with the one I just gave, it's akaipoja. We have another one, ahuja, and then the other one, ahlokatemo and alemoga, which are in singular form. But when the machine translation translates them, it turns them into singular form, right? For instance, with Gemini, machine translation was unable to understand that we're talking about an individual. Like I explained, ipuja is a self-inflicted action, meaning you're talking about an individual. For instance, if I say Karabo wa ipuja, I am telling myself something. We're not talking about a group of people. But instead, with machine translation, for instance, from Gemini, it says, when a person is faced with challenges, they may question, and it's not understanding that we're talking about an individual person, right? So the other thing that we noticed when we were looking at the translations from the different machine translation tools is that because Spedi has a complex pronoun system, as seen in the examples that I gave with Akai Puja, where you have to be a native Spedi speaker for you to be able to understand that that is a litiri. It's a self-inflicted action. Meaning I am telling myself. The same way, if I give an example and I say the verb is rata, which is to love, the moment you put the litiri in front, it becomes itata, meaning that I am showing love to myself. But what we've noticed with machine translation is that it's not able to detect that here we're talking about an individual, but instead it translates it into being as if we're talking about a group of people. Because like I gave in that example, it says when a person is faced with challenges, they may question, whereas in our source text, we're saying, which is an individual. And then this is another reason why we believe that the human aspect or human translators are important, especially when it comes to translation, because right now, if you're not a native Spedi speaker, like some of the people in this call, you would have thought that was correct because that's what the machine would have given you. But as a native Spedi speaker, I'm able to understand, oh, this is a proverb, or this does not mean this, or this does not mean this. So in as much as we live in a digital world where machine translation is our lives and we need to adapt to that, human translators are important because remember, when it comes to machine translation, it only shows you what is in the system. So if, for instance, I put another proverb that a person has never searched, it might not be able to give us the correct translation. In this case, we had the proverb Now you could see with Gemini was talking about rain, Gemini was talking about pipes. It did not understand fully what the proverb in the case meant, which goes to show how because our languages, our indigenous languages, our African languages are so complex. They have complex pronominal references. They have complex pronouns. Cisnegli, before when she was speaking about isiXhosa, she also spoke about how in our African languages, there's no gender. So because of how complex they are, machine translation loses the mark when it comes to those things because it translates literally and out of context, which brings us to the point that human or the human aspect rather is needed. Kelebo.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mafetsa, for demonstrating how the Sepedi language survives the technology or how technology accommodates the language. Without any further ado, I'm going to request Mr. Dennis Mhlanga. In the opening, I mentioned that Mr. Mhlanga, you have 13 experience as a language practitioner working for provincial legislature and the National Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. So as you come in, I would like to know what are your experiences in using CAT tools when you do your daily job. Over to you, Mr. Mhlanga.
Hello, Ganathi. Before you continue, please be aware that you have 5 minutes. Sorry, 5 minutes to wrap up so that we can have the Q&A session. Thank you.
Hello, am I audible?
If I may ask Mary, how much time did you allocate to question and answer?
We will be allocating 5 minutes because it's already 10:49. So if you can use 5 minutes to wrap up, and then we can use the other 5 for the question and answer.
Okay, yeah, but because we were told that our session is between 12 in our side, meaning 10 to 11:20. So, but let's try to accommodate everything within your time, but please burden us if we exit with some few minutes. Over to you, Dennis, if possible. Just maybe be brief. Hence, they indicated that we are out of time. Over to you, Dennis.
Thank you very much. I will try to summarize everything to 5 minutes. I'm also timing myself here. I should finish by 5 to 1. Basically, my experience is on quite a few, let me say 3 or 4 CAT tools, but I'll only discuss 2 briefly, those that I am more familiar with. So the first one is WTS, which is known as the Watchtower Translation System. So because this is a company that has globally, or that has most of its branches globally, so whenever we translated, we were able to have what we call a hyperlink for discussions. So this is where we are able to talk to each other as translators regarding the challenges that we come across, and we'll respond to each other on the hyperlink. So the hyperlink connects everybody globally so that we can be able to assist each other when necessary. Also, the author is also connected to this hyperlink, which gives you an opportunity to be able to ask them questions directly. And if something is not practical in your own language, what is it that you can do alternatively to also convey the message accurately? Secondly, we have what we call a team dictionary, where each language will have an opportunity to add terminology that is used in the company, so that the new employees can keep up with that terminology. We have what is called a text check. That is a feature that is on the system or on the CAT tool, which helps you to identify the punctuations that you could have missed, and you decide then as a translator whether you want it to be there, or maybe you have to change the punctuation maybe from a full stop to a comma. We also have the composition team. That composition team, they deal specifically, which is linked on the team, I mean, in the WTS, which is the Watchtower Translation System, which allows them to do the composition of the artwork and all of that, and which reduce the strain on the translator, because you don't have to worry, the system does that for you. So that is the WTS. Quickly, I'll jump into the WordFast. WordFast, it's another CAT tool that is very useful. It has different features. I will try to be brief. It gives you an option to come with or establish or create a project. Then under the preferences, it will give you the section for translation memory. If there's something that you have translated before and you want maybe just to adjust it, you can just insert it there. That will be your source text and the target text and the language that of your preference. Then the system will just merge that together. Then it will highlight everything that is still the same. Where there are adjustments, it will also highlight that as a different text that is not translated or hasn't been translated. And it gives you also the option to import the glossary, which is the terms that you have already created yourself. So if there's a glossary that you've created and you've inserted it on the project, the system automatically will match the two on the source text and target text, which makes your life easier as a translator, because you don't have to memorize what you've said on the previous page if you have a bigger page. And also we have that feature of placeables. Placeables, basically, they help you to insert figures, to insert artwork, to insert whatever thing that you want to take it directly from the source text and just paste it on the target text. So those are the two CAT tools that I've used. So briefly, in a minute, what is the difference? Or let me say, there's not much difference. Both of them, they can benefit you a lot. However, what is very interesting is that most of the benefits that I appreciate about a CAT tool is that it gives you an opportunity as a language practitioner to be able to engage with the text. It gives you an opportunity to deal with the cultural and linguistical dynamics of the text, which is something that you don't get from the machine translation because it translates for you. This one is not translating. It gives you an opportunity to engage with the text. So you will be able to deal with the idioms, proverbs, any parts of speech because you are hands-on on the actual text. Now, the disadvantage, where if I can quickly talk about it, of the CAT tools is that it does promote to a certain extent the laziness because you don't pay much attention like someone who's working on a Word document and who has to pay attention to the artwork, the text, the format, the size, the blueprint, the terminology, the style guides, and all of that. So the machine does that for you. So I would say for a novice translator, you become so reliant on this thing that if it's not there, you're unable to operate. One disadvantage again is that although most companies, they prefer you to have these CAT tools, the most famous ones, it's Trados and WordFast, but the issue is that when you start working for those companies, they'll give you their own blueprint and everything is inserted there. And when you start working with them, it's like you are inheriting something. There's no creativity from your side, which is another disadvantage which I find from it. So in other words, your ability to search for information, consult, research, it's now hampered in a way because it reduces that encyclopedic knowledge which is very pivotal in your self-development as a language practitioner. So in short, I can say those are only two, and it is very expensive to have these CAT tools that you need also to subscribe to and pay with subscription on a yearly basis. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you
much,
so much,
James.
Dennis. Mary,
Yes, hi.
I
Thank you.
just have one last request from you.
Sure.
Because I indicated that this webinar is a collaboration between our department and two external language practitioners. So Dennis was one of them. May I please request that we just give another practitioner just a few minutes to do the conclusion, then we can jump into question and answer.
The next session is in 3 minutes, so unfortunately we really don't have the time because there are a few questions that have come in, and I would have loved for us to have enough time to take a look at them before we move to the next session.
Okay, then let's just conclude then.
All right, thank you very much. So the first question is from Noko. They say, so now that we see that the need for human translators is still salient, what is now being done to merge these human resources with our machine translation platforms? Or how do we refine these machine translations so language is not distorted? That is the first question. They want to know how we are merging um, the human translators, the human resources with machine translation platforms, or how we are refining machine translations to make sure that the language is not distorted.
Okay. Good day, good afternoon. This is Bulelwa Nokele, one of the members of the team. What we need to do as language practitioners is to feed the machines with the correct translations and correct text. Because some of the mistakes that the machine does is as a result of the corpus that they have, because it may happen that the texts from which they extract their translations were incorrectly translated, or there were misspellings and so on and so on. So what we need to do as language practitioners and language activists is to feed the machine with the correct translations or documents with acceptable language. Because if it's only then that they can be able to produce correct translations and so on.
All right, thank you very much for that. The next question is, do you think AI can help codify certain African languages that are not yet written down?
I don't see how, because machines operate on what they have. This relates to what I've just said now, that if there is no corpus from which the machine extracts, and therefore what can it produce? So humans will always be necessary. If the language is not codified yet, then the machine will not be able to produce the correct information.
Thank you very much. Our time is up, unfortunately. There seems to be more questions coming in, and I can see that everybody was paying rapt attention to your panel discussion, and they've taken a lot of information out of it. They find it informative, as some are saying in the chat. Thank you very much once again. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for you to continue this panel discussion, but hopefully you can network and share ideas amongst yourselves. Thank you very much once again. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the next moderator for the next panel discussion, which is Dr. Matthias Steyert and Afaf Steyert. They will be speaking on the loss of traditional medicinal knowledge through the loss of indigenous languages. This panel discussion will be discussing this topic and how it undermines people's sense of identity and belonging, which uproots the entire community, losing their cultural identity, heritage, and communal knowledge. Dr. Matthias and Afaf, over to you. Dr. Matthias, are you there?
Hi, this is Afaf Steyert. I'm
Hello.
trying to get my picture going. Nice meeting you all. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning for everybody. I am working with Matthias Steyert in Afaf's translation since 2004. We are joining you from Egypt, North Africa. We are at the moment staying there for family reasons, and our office in California, Bay Area, in USA. I am hoping you're all enjoying the AFLC as we are enjoying it. It's a lot of presentations, lots of information, and has been very useful for us all. And I hope you having lots of questions like me. It made me think the previous presentation about the AI machine translation, where it's used in the indigenous languages. We often get some requests from indigenous language translations, where we have very few translators, and it has been around the world right now. The attention like lightened out for the indigenous language, for its importance for our culture, roots, coexistence, lots of big reasons where we will discuss it in this presentation. And luckily the UNESCO, United Nations are definitely having programs for discussing the indigenous language and how to preserve it. So let me start by speaking regarding the loss of the traditional medicine knowledge through the loss of the indigenous languages, which we are trying to think is it really affecting us as a humans for our medicine and for our health and the ecosystem living together in one word. And I'm trying to figure out here how to move on in my slides.
Please, if you are speaking, hi, if you are speaking, your mic is off.
Thank you. I just had some help with Matthias, so he's helping me out. So like we are asking ourselves how many languages are around the world. It's about estimated 7,000 languages, and 90% of the world speaks only 100 languages. Some of the remaining 6,900 languages are spoken by very few people only, leaving aside ancient languages that are still known to us. There are probably many languages that no longer exist, and we have never been aware of their existence. The actual current number of languages can vary depending on how you look at the language versus dialects. So there are different classification systems for this. So definitely we all know, heard about the amount of dialects we are having, and it is definitely lots of dialects compared to the languages itself. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of an issue here with the slides. I'm trying to figure out why is it not moving. فين ولا افتكر فين الزفت اللي انا فيه دي it doesn't it doesn't it doesn't it doesn't هعمل انا ايه في الكلمة دي So let me, I'm trying to move the cursor. So far, I am having an electronic itch here. So let me just move ahead with the talk. And I was speaking about some few languages of the indigenous languages. In every continent, there are many indigenous languages remaining. Some indigenous languages are still spoken by millions of people, others by only a few thousands and are facing rapid decline and extinction. There are even some languages that have only a handful of speakers left in their area. I'm trying really hard here to see what's going on with my screen, that it doesn't want to get me the slides going. I apologize for that. It's not that easy. So far, the global disappearance of indigenous language, many of these languages are at risk of disappearing due to the factors such as globalization, urbanization, discrimination, and one of the examples I had, which was about Mexico, while we are speaking about African languages, I wanted to provide an example for across the globe. For example, Central and Southern Mexico, there are 9 major indigenous languages, all of which have many dialects, can differ for much from each other, that their speakers may not understand each other within different regions. For example, the Mayan language.
Hello, Afaf. Sorry to interrupt you. Could you please speak up a bit more? Some of the attendees seem to have an issue hearing you.
Sure. I am apologizing for here it's moving on my screen. Luckily, I don't know why is it sometimes stopping on my computer. Maybe it's the internet or something. I hope it's better now. Let me know if you need me a bit higher, louder. So we are speaking about the indigenous languages are original spoken by the native indigenous people of particular region before the arrival of colonizers. I have some examples. Definitely, you had a lot of speaking different languages in Africa. For example, Navajo in United States, we tend to get a lot of translations requesting Navajo, which is a bit harder to find translators in this language. And if I pronounced some of the languages not perfectly, so just I apologize because I'm not familiar with them. Somaïv, Kila in Nigeria, Cameroon, Haya, Akum, Yoruba in Nigeria, Maori, in New Zealand, Maori and Quechua, Andes, South America, Maslam in Chad, Sami, northern parts of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, and Kru, Cambodia, Thailand, Laos. Zaza is spoken in Turkey, the Rizim region. As we can see, there is lots of different languages everywhere in the world where they are indigenous, where they are getting to be extinct. Worldwide disappearance is going on right now due to lots of factors, colonization, globalization, lots of factors of people are trying to not to connect to their own roots, and it's simply going away. In North America, prior to colonization, over 300 indigenous languages, around only 150 remaining, which is one of them spoken widely, Cree and Navajo. In Central and South America, over 1,500 indigenous language. In Central and the South, they are representing around 13% of the world's languages, less than 200 indigenous language in Brazil, and many of them are spoken by only a few hundred of people, and some are already extinct. In Africa, over 2,000, which is the major hit for the language and disappearance. 2,000 indigenous language, but many of these have already disappeared of the 2,000, contributing to language loss, political instability due to the economical marginalization and the promotion of official colonial languages at the expense of indigenous languages. In Asia and the Pacific, disappearing due to the urbanization, globalization, and position of dominant languages. Australia had over 250 indigenous language before European colonization, but only 13 are still widely spoken today. One of the set statement to be told when you want to disappear the identity of a person, you simply whip out his language, because the way the brain works is different with every language, and it's different way of thinking. So once we are killing the language, it's killing the identity of the people. Back to the Mexican drawing here, I am writing about the map for the South of America. And one of the languages is Mayan. It's distinctive language, but it had, as I mentioned before, it has a lot of 30 different dialects. So they can be speaking to each other in 30 different Mayan languages. So definitely only 50 to 60,000 speakers are existing for some of these languages, and they sometimes don't even understand each other. As we can see, the very purple Shipshan is the least spoken, and it's the most indigenous in this slide. I wish to say a story, to tell you a story about the Kyosan people and their plants. We are speaking about the Kyosan culture, is one of the oldest in the world, estimated at least about 50,000 years. Kyosan is an umbrella term for two tribes. The Bushmen are one of them, and the Ku Kuhan. Ku means click and refers to their distinctive language. Once the arrival of the Dutch and French colonists, the Ku Kuhon were dispersed in South Africa, enslaved or integrated into other cultures. The San were pushed off their traditional lands, forced to live in inhospitable desert environments. The San were expert hunters, but their vast knowledge of the bush, particularly their extinctive plant knowledge, meant they could survive in places like the Kalahari.
Hello,
If
Afaf.
you
Sorry to interrupt you once again. The interpreters are really struggling to hear you. So if you could please speak up and keep the volume a bit high so
okay,
that I can
okay,
hear what you're
yeah.
saying. Thank
So
you.
few pure Kosan exist and their languages were dying out. The majority of tribes reside in Botswana. Um, Three languages families were there: Ku Kawaji, Kaksu, Tutu, and two isolated language, Hadza and Sandao. Some languages, many have only a dozen of speakers left. And the importance of Kusan people that they started to live in their desert on the plants which they are living around them through the Aloe fir fox, as we can see the picture, ferox. And I will be speaking about the from the environment. They are been learning the Kusan people's instinctive knowledge of plants. They offered a lot of benefits from their surrounding medicinal use, promoting biodiversity conservation and sustainable living practices. Their deep understanding of the flora in the Kalahari Desert owned over the centuries can contribute significantly to the modern science and medicine. Moreover, visiting the Kosan Kalahari Bushmen presents an existing opportunity to engage with their rich culture, heritage, traditional wisdom, and understanding how did they manage to survive their culture. Because some people live in Namibia desert, extensive knowledge of plants has given invaluable benefits. Their deep understanding of the flora in the Kalahari Desert owned over centuries can contribute significantly to modern science and medicine. Some of the pictures I'm sharing with you, this fragrant bushu in the Cape Flora Kingdom, African potato was used for decreasing inflammation, bushu plant against the high blood pressure, stomach problems, irritable bowel syndrome, devil's claw was used for menstrual problems, antibacterial, anti-cancer, antioxidant. Hujia was widely used for weight loss solutions, and it's available in different forms as teas, tablets, and patches. Rubios is for people with heart condition. It's reducing the development of cardiovascular condition, lowering blood pressure, reducing caloric levels, and it may help as well with cancer. So as we can see that the Kosan culture was definitely rich, and the language has to be preserved for the use for the medicine use in our times and in the future. Regarding preserving the languages, there is a long list of action which could be presentation by itself on some of the AFSC would have been spoken about it. Besides, one may urge let this communities be what they want to be, leave them alone, personal identity preservation. I would say, and we are now seeing as a world of community of languages, the communication, inclusivity, integration of people with indigenous language will help us all to coexist together in this world. Right now, we are having climate changes, we are having lots of issues throughout the world, and definitely we do need to understand each other. And a lot of the minorities and the indigenous language and the indigenous communities will definitely understand us in opening the ways of living together in this world. And there is much more to learn about the medical knowledge from the natural world. Some of the safeguarding for their culture and linguistic heritage, which could be taken as oral documentation, recording for the indigenous language community, leading the language revitalization through outreach to them, development of writing system orthography and digital technology, language apps, cultural integration in education, collaboration with linguists, scholars, support from the government, NGOs, UNESCO, United Nations, and all others, culture preservation through art and media, encouraging language use daily life in schools. And I will move on to my colleague Matthias Steyert. He will speak more in depth of the ecology, medicine, and health, and he will take over. I'm hoping that my voice wasn't so low, and if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer it at the end of our presentation. And thank you very much, and Matthias will take over. Thank you.
So, hello, can everybody hear me here, please? Yes, everything is okay?
Hello, Matthias. We can
Yes.
hear you, but just a quick heads up. We only have 10 minutes
Yes,
left.
I see that. Okay. Yes,
Yes, we
okay.
can do Q&A. So
I'll try to be relatively quickly. So we continue with indigenous languages. I'll give you some examples about how the importance of ecological knowledge about plants that are used for medicine around the world. So this is a very important, and the loss of this knowledge can have very serious consequences for the health and the well-being, not just of the indigenous communities who use those plants for their own medical treatments, but in general also for the presentation of the biodiversity. So ecology, medicine, health, these are all linked together. So there's a big impact, and I share you two historic examples. Actually, three examples. So anyway, this has been used for many, many years, and they were only discovered thanks to the basically coordination and to the collaboration, also of course to the communication. Aspirin, you all know it as a famous pain reliever and anti-inflammatory. It's actually derived from the bark of the willow tree. It was only rediscovered in the 19th century due to the use of the indigenous communities in Northern America who used willow bark for medicinal purposes. Willow bark by itself has been used in ancient civilizations like by the Egyptians and the ancient Greeks, but then its knowledge has been basically forgotten. Curare is a famous compound used in modern anesthesia. It's coming from Southern America. It's also derived from different plants from their bark and roots, and many communities in the Amazon rainforest have used curare simply for hunting as it paralyzed the muscles of animals. Later, it was discovered to have very interesting medicinal properties, and it led to further development of compounds that are very useful in the treatment during surgery or during surgical procedures. One third example, of course, is quinine, famous to treat malaria. It's also derived from the bark of the cinchona tree, originally native to Southern America. So the indigenous communities in Peru and Ecuador have used it since a very long time. And then it was later discovered, and basically the active compound was extracted. Taxol is the last of the historical examples that is a famous chemotherapeutic medicine to treat cancer, and it's derived from the Pacific yew tree in Northern America. So these examples show us how important it is to both connect languages, the indigenous cultures, together with the knowledge that exists in those communities. I give you another example here that is more from the modern days. It's the so-called Zhuang medicine by the Zhuang people based in China. It's a very ancient healing system that is derived from over 500 different plant species to treat conditions like hepatitis, arthritis, and cancers. These compounds have been investigated, these different plants, and actually pharmaceutical products have been created and passed through clinical trials, and they're officially now used for many different treatment of diseases within within China. So how does language loss correlate to the loss of medicinal knowledge? The link, it's very important between language and the medical knowledge. And it is very important to see that language actually encodes information. Each language encodes information in a slightly or sometimes greatly different way. May I just use one example from my own mother tongue, which is German. We have the word Zeitgeist, which has been often used in our languages, especially in the English literature. what does this word mean? It's like directly translated into something like spirit of the age or spirit of the times. You could even more literally translate it into the ghost of the spirit. So what do you get from this meaning? Not much, really. There's so much more information in that. It's a cultural, intellectual, and political climate of a particular era that is the word is trying to express. Not only that, it captures also the general moods, the beliefs, attitudes that could define a specific period in history. It would reflect the ideas and values that are prevalent in the society at a particular given time. And finally, zeitgeist conveys the collective consciousness or the atmosphere that simply will influence developments within the societies and trends that existed during a certain particular time in history. So that is all the meaning of zeitgeist. It's requiring many, many words just to express the information content of this word. Other cultures, for example, the Gugu Yimithirr in Northern Australia, have no concept for right, left, ahead, and back within the language. Instead, they will use cardinal directions to express the concept of right, left, ahead, and forward or backwards, which basically in the meaning of north, south, east, and west. The Balinese people, for example, use also absolute terms that are tied actually to the landscape that surrounds them when they express directions. So you would be heading to the sea, towards the mountain or something like that, for instance. So again, these are examples how information encoding in language is different from one culture to the other culture. Medicinal information in indigenous languages, well, again, we code the knowledge of biodiversity, the name, the classification, description of plants, the animals, the ecosystems in very highly specific and localized ways. Single plant species, for example, might have actually multiple different names depending on their life stage, on their medicinal use, or on the preparation thereof. Very specialized terms for plants can be used for the healing and have actually unique names detailing description of the preparation, usage, and illness which they treat. Again, this is just sharing or basically encoding information within a particular language. And every language has a different way to do that. And if we don't preserve that knowledge that we have from indigenous languages, we lose a lot of information. And along with that, we can lose a lot of knowledge about medicinal plants, medical knowledge, traditional herbal knowledge, and healing methods. So what do we learn from this? Indigenous languages are really vital carriers of medical knowledge, and that knowledge often remains quite undocumented in modern scientific literature. So the extinction of a language can lead to the permanent loss of this knowledge, which limits our capability to understand the plants and the healing practices. Finally, the language preservation thereby is, of course, cultural revitalization. It is essential that we can safeguard these systems of knowledge, which also hold keys for future discoveries in medicine. So as a conclusion, we can say that the knowledge of how to connect with our own origins and thereby preserving the knowledge of the endangered communities is very vital to preserving also the knowledge of the language and of course the knowledge about the plant, herbal medicines, medical practices, the environment, the ecology, and of course so much more which we don't mention in this presentation as it has been focused more on medicinal knowledge within communities, but there's so much more involved in terms of culture that needs to be preserved. So basically, that's our presentation. You can contact us here, and since we don't have any time left, maybe we have 2-3 minutes for question and answers. We would like to thank you so much for your attention to our presentation, and please feel free to ask any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. That was a very, very insightful and informative presentation. Hold on 1 second. All right, thank you very much. There don't seem to be any questions. Right, there don't seem to be any questions. So thank you very much once again for your presentation. Sorry to speed you up and cut you short, but
Okay.
you're trying to be on time today. So thank you very much once again. Thank you, Afaf, as well. Um, as always, you can share your LinkedIn, email, whichever one you prefer, to connect with others during this conference. They can reach out to you with their questions that they might reflect and think on later on. For now, I'm going to introduce the next speaker. The next speaker is going to be Elhaji Ibrahim Diago, a software engineer and a full-stack web development expert. He is committed to democratizing technology and promoting African languages. He will be presenting on the Moose platform, the Voice of Intelligent Africa. This session is going to be in French. And Elhaji, if you're here, over to
Salut.
you. Salut.
Oui, je suis là. Alors, bonjour à tout le monde. Je vais partager mon écran.
I didn't see myself, but I was presenting.
Alors, vous voyez le partage? Alors, je peux démarrer? Alors, bonjour à tout le monde. Déjà, merci. Alors, je m'entends là. Est-ce que c'est normal?
Didn't know, maybe unmute. I don't know.
Vous m'entendez? OK. Donc, nous allons passer aux problématiques. Quels sont les problèmes que nous avons repérés? C'est-à-dire aujourd'hui, il y a ce qu'on appelle la diversité linguistique en Afrique. Comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, on a beaucoup de langues ici en Afrique. Et cela représente à peu près 30% des langues qui sont parlées dans le monde. Si on prend par exemple l'exemple du Cameroun, on est à 27 millions d'habitants et il y a plus de 250 langues qui sont parlées dans ce pays-là. Donc, il y a une très grande diversité linguistique ici en Afrique. Et du point de vue de l'éducation aujourd'hui et des langues qu'on utilise dans l'éducation, nous avons constaté qu'environ 80% des enfants en Afrique subsaharienne, par exemple, ne reçoivent pas d'enseignement dans une langue qu'ils parlent à la maison. Et ça, c'est un énorme blocage, ce qui entrave considérablement les résultats même de l'apprentissage. Alors, il y a aussi d'autres statistiques qui montrent que, par exemple, dans le rapport PASEC de 2019, on nous montre que 50% des élèves en début de scolarité en Afrique n'ont pas atteint un seuil suffisant pour pouvoir maîtriser les langues et pour la lecture et consorts. Donc, tout ça, ce sont des problèmes. Il y a aussi le problème de l'accès à l'éducation. Environ 160 millions d'élèves des pays en Afrique de l'Est et de l'Afrique australe n'ont pas accès à une scolarisation pendant un certain temps, durant même le Covid. Donc ça aussi, c'est un problème. Il y a aussi l'autre aspect dont j'ai parlé tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire la représentativité des langues africaines sur les sites sur Internet. On voit que c'est vraiment, vraiment minime. En 2022, on a vu que l'anglais dominait le contenu en ligne avec 25% de présence, suivi du chinois, de l'espagnol, du français et de l'hindi. Et les langues africaines en dehors de l'arabe et du français représentaient une fraction très, 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 très marginale du contenu qui était présent sur Internet. Alors, tout cela, je pense que représente des problèmes qu'on vit ici en Afrique par rapport aux langues. Il y a aussi la présence des langues africaines sur les sites de marque, qui est très, très important. Aujourd'hui, les sites que nous consultons pour faire des achats et tout cela, on voit qu'il y a seulement le Swahili qui est représenté à 0,7% dans les sites de marque et les langues africaines aussi à 0,5%. Donc, vous voyez qu'il y a énormément de choses, énormément de problèmes avec les langues africaines qui ne sont pas très bien représentées. À cela s'ajoute aussi le dernier problème qui est la connectivité Internet en Afrique. Alors, l'Afrique aujourd'hui, près de la moitié des Africains, soit environ 650 millions de personnes, parlent des langues africaines. Alors, ces gens-là, souvent, les langues qu'ils parlent ne sont pas très présents sur Internet. Donc, ils sont exclus, ces gens-là. Alors, par rapport maintenant à tous ces problèmes-là, il y a des impacts économiques. Si aujourd'hui, il y a une barrière en éducation, d'accéder à certaines éducations de qualité, cela a des répercussions, des impacts économiques, c'est-à-dire la réduction du capital humain, la productivité sera moindre. Il y a aussi, si on n'est pas encore présent en ligne, il y aura une exclusion numérique, on aura des opportunités économiques très limitées, et il y aura aussi pas d'opportunités. Alors, tous ces impacts-là nous amènent maintenant à proposer une solution que l'on a appelée MOOS. Alors, c'est quoi la solution MOOS? La solution MOOS vise à lever ces barrières linguistiques-là en Afrique en proposant une plateforme qui facilite la traduction et le doublage de contenu numérique dans les langues africaines. Alors, cette solution, moi, je pense que ça sera une interface entre les créateurs de contenu. Alors, si je dis créateurs de contenu, j'inclus en même temps les cours qui sont produits sur Internet, les vidéos qui sont produites sur Internet. J'inclus aussi les podcasts qui sont produits sur Internet. Tout le contenu numérique-là, cette plateforme que nous proposons pourra être une interface entre ces créateurs de contenu et ce que l'on appelle comment dirais-je, les médias que l'on utilise pour la publication numérique, tels que Spotify, tels que Moodle, tels que YouTube, tels que Google Podcasts, etc. Maintenant, comment nous allons arriver à cela? C'est-à-dire en faisant en premier lieu des collaborations avec des ambassadeurs linguistiques locaux. Parce que tout à l'heure, lors des présentations précédentes, j'ai vu qu'il y a des recommandations même qui ont été données pour ne pas exclure les experts linguistes dans ce processus-là de digitalisation. Il faut les inclure. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on veut collaborer avec des ambassadeurs linguistiques locaux avec qui nous allons utiliser les ressources linguistiques qui existent déjà, mais aussi nous allons produire des contenus éducatifs adaptés aux besoins des populations, tout en utilisant des ressources pour entraîner ces ressources qu'on va créer et ces ressources existantes pour entraîner des modèles. Alors, pourquoi cette approche-là? Parce que à terme, on va offrir à un grand public la possibilité de pouvoir traduire des contenus numériques en plusieurs langues différentes. Au début, on va faire une plateforme où nous allons créer des contenus parce qu'aujourd'hui, comme on a dit tout à l'heure dans les problématiques, les contenus avec les langues africaines ne sont pas très disponibles sur Internet et sur Internet d'une manière générale. Aujourd'hui, en produisant avec des collaborateurs ces données-là, nous aurons une base sur laquelle on pourra entraîner des modèles pour ensuite proposer une solution qui va permettre de pouvoir traduire plein de contenus dans différentes langues et les publier dans des plateformes de médias. Alors, c'est l'architecture que vous avez comme ça. Donc, si on a par exemple un podcast, si on produit un podcast en Wolof, comme on le fait tous les jours ici à Dakar, on pourrait utiliser la plateforme et avoir ce même podcast-là en version Bambara, en version anglaise, en version Hausa et le publier directement sur les médias de publication comme Google Podcasts et Spotify. Et ça va permettre aujourd'hui à des Sénégalais de se faire entendre, de se faire parler Hausa. Ça va permettre aux Hausa de pouvoir exporter leurs produits vers les Sénégalais et de découvrir de nouvelles audiences. Et ça, je pense que c'est hyper important. Donc, l'objectif aujourd'hui avec ce projet, c'est d'améliorer l'accès à l'information et à la connaissance en langue locale pour la population africaine. Et c'est aussi permettre aux créateurs de contenu d'atteindre et d'engager des audiences africaines, et d'ailleurs via des outils de translation et de doublage. Parce que si on a une voix, on peut utiliser cette technologie-là pour faire le doublage et l'avoir dans une autre langue. L'objectif aussi, c'est de favoriser la croissance économique en promouvant l'inclusion numérique et en fournissant des outils pour les entreprises pour communiquer en langue locale. Aujourd'hui, si les entreprises africaines qui communiquent en Wolof peuvent vendre leurs produits, faire la communication en d'autres langues africaines, ça serait vraiment bénéfique économiquement. Et le quatrième objectif, c'est d'améliorer la qualité de l'éducation en Afrique en fournissant des ressources éducatives en langue locale. Aujourd'hui, nous savons qu'il y a beaucoup de connaissances qui sont produites en langue anglaise, en langue française, en langue espagnole, en langue arabe. Si on peut avoir aujourd'hui ces connaissances-là en d'autres langues africaines, cela va aider nos enfants à accéder à la connaissance rapidement sans pour autant s'attarder à l'apprentissage même des langues. Aujourd'hui, pour atteindre cet objectif-là, on l'a divisé en 3 phases. Et la première phase, c'est la collaboration avec les ambassadeurs, comme je l'ai expliqué tout à l'heure. La deuxième phase, on est dans cette phase-là même, c'est le développement technologique. Et la troisième, c'est le lancement de la plateforme au grand public. Alors, maintenant, pour commencer, nous avons, comme je vous avais dit, eu une approche avec des ambassadeurs. Et pour cela, nous avons travaillé sur ce modèle-là que vous voyez pour essayer de choisir les langues en Afrique de l'Ouest que nous maîtrisons le plus et essayer de commencer avec ces langues-là et ces ambassadeurs-là. Et ça, ce que vous voyez là, ce sont les correspondances et les traducteurs. Et je vais vous expliquer cela dans ce diagramme. Aujourd'hui, si nous produisons des contenus ici à Dakar, par exemple des cours en intelligence artificielle, nous avons un script commun que nous allons envoyer à nos ambassadeurs qui sont au Mali, qui sont en Gambie, au Maroc, et qui vont traduire en leur langue ces mêmes contenus et le mettre sur la plateforme. Donc, du coup, on aura un cours en Wolof, en français, en anglais, en Bambara, en Swahili, etc. Donc, ce qui est vraiment bénéfique. Et le plus qu'on a fait aussi, c'est essayer d'enregistrer même des podcasts, des voix, pour avoir des données futures sur lesquelles nous pourrons entraîner nos modèles IA pour pouvoir faire ce que l'on appelle l'ouverture pour le grand public. Alors, c'est ça que vous voyez sur ce diagramme-là. Et dès qu'on aura tous ces éléments audio qui seront mis sur la plateforme, cela va nous servir de base pour entraîner des modèles afin d'offrir au grand public la possibilité de pouvoir traduire le contenu en plusieurs langues. Alors, il y a juste un exemple d'application que l'on peut utiliser, que l'on peut créer en utilisant le système que nous avons là-bas, le système Mousse, c'est-à-dire une application qui va permettre d'écouter des contenus en plusieurs langues. C'est-à-dire, quand tu viens dans l'application, tu pourras t'inscrire et choisir les langues sur lesquelles tu veux écouter les émissions qui sont disponibles sur la plateforme. Et là, tu pourras écouter les épisodes, que ce soit des épisodes en audio, en vidéo, etc. Et ça, c'est un exemple d'application qui pourrait être produite en utilisant la plateforme que nous allons créer qui s'appelle Mousse. Alors, et pour aussi le modèle économique, je pense que voilà, il y aura des abonnements premium et des services personnalisés et c'est-à-dire offrir des solutions sur mesure pour les entreprises et les institutions souhaitant adapter leur contenu et à des audiences spécifiques. Par exemple, si aujourd'hui on a une entreprise qui veut, comment dirais-je, qui voudrait faire une communication auprès d'une population qui parle le Swahili, il pourra utiliser cette plateforme-là pour communiquer avec eux. Si aujourd'hui, par exemple, je crée mon podcast et que je voudrais que le contenu soit disponible, je ne sais pas moi, en Côte d'Ivoire, donc là, je pourrais utiliser ces services-là pour pouvoir le faire. Donc, il y a aussi le partenariat stratégique, c'est-à-dire essayer de collaborer avec les organisations éducatives, des ONG et des entreprises technologiques pour soutenir le développement et la diffusion de cette plateforme. Voilà, donc c'est cette plateforme-là, cette idée-là que j'aimerais partager avec vous. Actuellement, nous sommes en train de travailler là-dessus avec des ambassadeurs, mais aussi avec des techniciens pour mettre sur place cette plateforme. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Alaji Diago Ibrahima, for your presentation. I believe it was very informative, and we've learned a lot from what you had to say. Are there any questions, please? If there are any questions, you can either drop them in the chat or in the Q&A section. You can also raise your hand and you will be given the floor. All right. For now, there seem to be no questions, so I'll hand over to my colleague Lucy Iwala to take over. Thank you very much.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Hi, Lucy. Please, there's a participant's hand up for a question. If you could allow them to ask it.
Sure, you can go ahead and ask your questions. Thank you.
They don't have a mic, so you'd have to unmute them.
Yes, Alassane, you can go ahead and talk. Yeah, you have been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you,
Yeah.
dear moderators, for giving me the floor, and congratulations, Elhaj Ibrahima. Ibrahima, should I talk to you in English or French? Which one do you prefer?
Ah, tu peux parler en français, je pense, ouais.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Merci de m'avoir laissé la parole et félicitations, Ibrahima. C'est très intéressant de suivre ta présentation. Je m'appelle Dr Alassane Abdoulaye Dia. Je suis le chef du département d'anglais de l'Université numérique Cheikh Hamidou Kane. Je te félicite énormément. Maintenant, la question que je pose, c'est quelles sont les limites que vous verrez à vouloir utiliser toutes les langues africaines dans par exemple, dans certains événements comme cette conférence-là? Est-ce que dans la revue de littérature, vous voyez que certaines langues ne sont pas défavorisées par rapport à cette révolution numérique où l'IA, la technologie, aide à avoir accès à plusieurs versions de langue? Votre plateforme Mousse, elle est très intéressante. Ça m'intéresse beaucoup. Moi, je suis littéraire et là, je pense à la transcription de la littérature orale. Est-ce que ça pourrait aider par rapport à faire revivre la littérature orale africaine? Est-ce que si on prend un audio en pulaar, par exemple, ou bien en wolof, ce que vous avez dit là, est-ce qu'il peut le convertir directement en Hausa, en Diola, en anglais, en Serer, et en même temps le transcrire, avoir la version audio là-bas et la version anglaise? C'est ce que je veux comprendre, quoi. Merci.
Oui. Merci beaucoup, Abdoulaye, pour votre question. Alors, je pense que c'est ça l'objectif même de la plateforme. On est en phase de développement actuellement. On fait des tests pour le moment pour le Wolof. Et l'objectif aujourd'hui, c'est de permettre à toutes les langues africaines de pouvoir être traduites. Par exemple, du Wolof au Bambara, du Wolof au Swahili, et ainsi de suite. Alors, c'est un projet qui est très, 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 très compliqué parce que, comme on l'a dit précédemment dans les autres panels, il y a beaucoup de langues déjà qui ne sont pas encore écrites. Donc, la codification de certaines langues, déjà, ça pose problème. Donc, mais nous ne sommes pas des linguistes, nous sommes des IT, nous sommes des gens qui sont un peu experts dans la technologie, mais on travaille en parfaite collaboration avec les linguistes pour essayer de voir comment nous pouvons relever ces défis-là pour les langues qui ne sont pas encore codifiées. Alors, il y a aussi des langues qui sont codifiées pour le moment. Nous allons commencer avec ces langues-là, comme le Wolof, et le Pulaar, il y a le Swahili, il y a le Fon et tout cela. Donc, ce sont des langues qui sont déjà codifiées avec lesquelles nous allons démarrer en phase pilote. Et notre objectif aujourd'hui, dans le long terme, c'est essayer de faire de telle sorte que d'amener le maximum de langues avec nous dans cette révolution, surtout en utilisant l'intelligence artificielle.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibrahima. I hope your questions have been answered and you've been clarified on your inquiries, Alassane. Okay, so we'll be moving to the next session we have today. Since there's no other question coming in from the participants or the panelists, so we'll be moving to the next session we have today, which is a session on misrepresentation of African languages in digital spaces, which will be presented by Atinkosi Ndende and Lusanda Madiken. I hope I didn't murder the name. And it will be presented in isiXhosa language, and it will be a panel session of 1 hour and 20 minutes. This session will highlight the challenges in African languages presentation and online, and also discuss how the inaccuracies in digital platform affect African language, academic, and cultural integration, giving a false impression to indigenous communities. So without further much ado, I'll be calling up Atinkosi in the next 5 minutes. Please take time. Thank you. Okay, so this is 102, and the next session will be commencing at, this is 12:02 my time, and the next session will be commencing at 1 p.m. UTC. That's in the next couple of minutes. In the next 57 minutes, we'll be taking up the next session from Atenkose. So please stay tuned, and you can go ahead and grab your lunch. You can also go ahead and get some drinks and get ready for the next session in a couple of minutes. Please stay tuned. Thank you. Okay, I see other people, some people's hands are raised up. Wanjiku Abunga, Wanjiku Abunga, your hand is raised up. Do you have any question? You have been allowed to speak. Yes. Okay, I guess they don't have any question. So in the next couple of minutes, we'll be having the next session. Thank you. Okay, that was an error. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience, and we'll be starting in the next couple of minutes. In the next 7 minutes, I will commence with the next session we have today, and it will be a panel session that will last for an hour and 20 minutes. Please stay tuned and exercise more patience while the speaker joins us. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. Yeah, we're about to start now, and by my time this is 1 p.m. UTC, and the session we have here is from Atenkosi Ndende and Lusanda Madiken. They will be talking on the misrepresentation of African languages in digital space, and it will be a session of 1 hour and 20 minutes, and this session will be delivered in the Ixizosa language. And this session will highlight the challenges in African languages representation online and also discuss how the inaccuracies in digital platforms affect African languages, academic and cultural integration, giving a false impression to indigenous communities. So I'll be handing over the virtual mic to Atenkosi to take up us on this session. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think also will be joining us soon. Let's just exercise a little patience. In the next 5 minutes, she'll join us. Thank you very much, Atenkosi. Yes, we are ready. So you can go ahead and take up the mic. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. I also thank you for your patience as we are trying to get this presentation. Apologies for the technology mishap. This was totally unexpected. I am also hoping that my colleague, Lusanda Matikane, who I am doing this presentation with, will also be connected and be able to present with me the results of the study. So now let's begin. Today, what I'm going to share with you is a paper that is still in development that we are doing and we are excited about as it captures the African languages phenomenon, but we are looking at now how these languages are represented in the digital space. So we will look at the challenges that are curtailing these languages. We will also look at how these languages are represented or misrepresented in the translation models such as Google Translate or Wikipedia when they are translating to African languages. And then I will look at the research problem and then share with you the theory that we are thinking of adopting. And the last part will be then presented by my colleague, Lusanda, the research findings. And then we will share with you the recommendations and conclusions together. And hopefully you can ask us some questions. Okay, so I wanted to begin this presentation with this beautiful statement that was said during a presentation by one of the pioneers and great people who have been invested in the digital space here in South Africa, Professor Langa Khumalo, who said, language is intricately woven into the unique cultures and values of indigenous people. In Africa, it tells a story. It recognizes a person and is a testament to the continent's ethical expansiveness. Yet, for many of its over 3,000 ethnic groups, this rich linguistic heritage is facing severe erosion. And this is a reality that we are grappling with in Africa, where our languages, as young as a child is when a mother gives birth, the one thing that a child wants to do is to communicate and just share what they want to say. And they are born wanting to learn to communicate to their parents and to learn about their surroundings and culture. However, what happens when that child loses that language or when that language is no longer visible around them, then it makes something in that child dies with that language. So we know that now with AI and a lot of technological advances, there is progress when it comes to multilingual machine translation models such as Google Translate, who we are going to be talking about as we are proceeding with this presentation. And this is because also the reason why there are these machine translation tools as linguists and other people who are interested in languages and keeping their heritage, we are trying to improve the performance of our languages as they are still considered as low resource languages. But still, they suffer under representation. If you check also how we are represented on these platforms, you'll see that African languages or articles produced in African languages are relatively too few compared to maybe bigger languages like French or English, for instance. And some of the reasons why these languages are also misrepresented on these platforms is because they also face some challenges, such as the lack of specialized terminology in fields such as science and also even in education of technical subjects that needed knowledge to be produced early, because the one thing about African languages, it's not like they don't have the capacity to also translate or to produce knowledge, but it's because of the development that happened relatively too late when it comes to them, where oral communication was happening for the longest time, such that the languages were not recorded in physical papers or documented anywhere. So we say today that they lack specialized terminology because there is not much written down on such terminology. And this also causes these languages to be viewed as inferior compared to the Western languages. And now we've seen that with Google Translate and Wikipedia, in South Africa, we have so many students who are now using these tools as tools to translate for their academic work. And this is because they feel like they lack the necessary vocabulary to also do this kind of work for themselves. Imagine you having to ask a technology to translate a text into a language that you know, right? So they are doing that because they don't feel like they can translate properly into their own languages. And they also lack the resources to actually employ people who can actually do these translations if they don't have the capacity to do so. Sometimes time is an issue whereby they feel like they have so many things to deal with, and so they need someone to something, a tool, Google Translate or something else, to actually convert the information into their own languages. So this couple of bullet points that I'm going to share with you are from a study that we did, whereby we found that in the Department of Basic Education, where they're trialing out multilingual teaching, we found that learners felt like even though the department made an arrangement whereby they could read and write question papers in their own languages, the learners felt that they can't translate information into their own languages. They are ill-equipped to do so. And if you see, for instance, participant 41, they said they can't translate terms such as photosynthesis, for example, to their isiXhosa. So they avoided leaving the blank spaces by using English or sticking to the English only translations that will allow you to be able to read and also write in English. And then the other participant also said that they don't feel good about writing in Sesotho, which is their mother tongue, because they say sometimes Sesotho has confusing words. So they can be stuck there instead of writing, of which the purpose was to actually help the student not to be confused and not to get stuck and to actually proceed with the work in a familiar language. So now with Google Translate and Wikipedia, we've seen that because these platforms, they do give you a bare minimum, a lot of institutions, they find these tools important for them to use. We've seen Department of Education here advising that teachers can use Google Translate to translate information in grade 4 for their learners, and which means that the department holds these tools as trusted entities that can be used for academic purposes. And then we've also seen that when you look at Wikipedia in comparison to of the languages is Xhosa and English. English is amounting to over 6 million articles that are available there written in English in different topics. But if you look at isiXhosa, we have only 2,167 articles on Wikipedia, which means that even if you wanted as a language learner or someone who wants to find out more about our language, isiXhosa, for instance, you wouldn't have much to play with. Sometimes you would look for a topic, and because not so many people want to know about that topic, there would relatively be no articles written in that topic. So we decided to come up with these research questions for the study, looking at the representation broadly as well as the misrepresentation. We also wanted to know what are the implications of inaccurate translations, grammatical errors, and limited digital corpora, that is for isiXhosa, on students' academic success when relying on these platforms for translation. So is it a risk for students to use Google Translate for academic purposes? Why is that? Are the translations that are produced accurate enough for the lecturer to see that this is a perfectly translated document that showcases what the language rules are, as well as being correct in terms of what that article is about or what that student is trying to convey? So the theory now, which is the last part before I give to Lusanda, is Afrocentricity, which is by Asante. We are trying to propose that Black people must look at knowledge from an African perspective. So we suggest looking at matters at hand from an African viewpoint so that we do not misunderstand the viewpoint of Africa by writing from an outsider perspective. So when Africans view themselves as centered and central in their own history, they see themselves as agents and participants rather than marginal or being on the periphery. So in this study, we will identify and try and address these inaccuracies in how digital platforms like Google Translate translate for isiXhosa. And we will also do our part in contributing to the creation of authentic and error-free articles, and further develop our language as a contribution. Thank you so much. We'll hand over for now to Lusanda.
Hello, Lusanda. Confirm if you can hear us, or if you are muted, you can raise your hand. Let me know if I've not unmuted you. Hello, Lusanda. Can you hear us? Can you also indicate if you can hear us by reacting with an emoji or raise your hand? I've unmuted you from my end. Hello, Atenkosi. Could you confirm if she's here online, and or if she's not, maybe you can still take it off from there.
Well, I see her. I see her on the participants list. She is here, but she is muted. She is now muted, but maybe it's an issue of sound.
maybe while she's trying to rectify her audio, maybe you can still take it off from there. When she's ready, she can continue from where you stop.
Okay. Okay. Just trying to access my slides. Excuse me. Can you see my slides? I can't from my end.
Yes, we can still see your slide. Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. All right, so continuing with the presentation. So we highlighted here for you examples that showcases what we are talking about, because we are trying to demonstrate to you that these platforms, yes, they're not perfect. Yes, they give the minimal value, but if they're not looked at thoroughly, they can easily misrepresent some of these languages. For instance, here we had someone who translated as someone who is a language learner or who is not familiar with isiXhosa as a language, who wanted to find out how do you call fetish stools in isiXhosa. Fetish stools is in English, and the translation from Google Translate was izitulo ezinamafuta, which is completely misleading because fetish stools are small hoops, and in isiXhosa you would call them ingata or something else. And then we also have the word commonly known for dating in South Africa, which is umjolo. But the person that was translating here, they were actually asking what is the frame, and Google Translate gave us an example of umjolo, which is a completely different thing. So what we found is that this pop-up, for example, the one about Fetisto, they confirm that language developers of these languages know these accuracies exist in their platforms, but they do not do anything about them. We also found that inaccurate definitions of words, different translations of different devices. What happens is you would be using a computer right now going to Google Translate, and then you would be trying to translate a word into another language. Then you get a definition that would be different if perhaps you were using your computer. So we also saw many instances where when that was happening, where me and a certain colleague would be trying to translate one document, but we get different results using different devices. And sometimes, even if it's not about the nature of a device, but it's just about why is it different, perhaps now that you are translating, while when I translated just a few minutes ago, I got a different translation. So the grammatical errors again and the inaccuracies of Google Translate, they perpetuate a narrative that African languages are not suitable to access knowledge at tertiary level. So we have that issue now because already these languages are frowned upon because there's always arguments about them not being developed enough. So now, when they are used and represented in spaces like this, where people trust the information and they are represented wrong, that makes people to trust these languages less. Lusanda, are you not back yet? um, Mm, I can't proceed. I don't know what's going on with my computer. Are you still seeing the slide that I just finished?
Hello, Atenkosi. The slide I'm seeing is inaccuracies on Google Translate and Wikipedia. So that is what I've been seeing so far. Maybe you can stop sharing and start sharing again.
Okay.
Yes, we can see your slide now.
Okay. Okay, so in this last part, we raised this question that says, are language learners misled by such translation? So this one on the left, if you're looking there, that is an English text where we said this was at the end of the conversation. So someone says, the end. Thank you for allowing me to interview you and for participating in this study. And the translation was, enkosi ngokundivumela ukuba ndibuze nawe kwanokuthatha inxaxheba kwisifundo sam. The correct interpretation, the word ndibuze there on the second, after enkosi, on the third line for the isiXhosa version, it was supposed ngundizelane nawe, which means to interview. And for the end, an end in isiXhosa is translated to isiphelo, but here the end is translated as impendulo. Impendulo is answer in English when we translate it directly. So we found that these words that we highlighted on your right, they are, if you are someone who doesn't understand Xhosa, for example, and you are trying to transcribe an interview and you have all of this translation to isiXhosa, then you would be marked wrong if you are using that for academic purposes, because those three words that were highlighted on our right, those words are incorrect. They're not the words that are correct for isiXhosa. They may be correct for another language, but that is not correct for isiXhosa in this case. And so, in our conclusion, as we are wrapping up this topic, at least for this presentation, because we're still developing the paper, we saying that the government support and careful planning for African language use in education, if it's supported by explicit language policies that elevate these languages, it can also elevate the way these languages are presented online. Because the shortage of specialized terminology, if these languages are developed for use in education, then we would then take those kind of terminologies and be able to say, here is the relevant terminology to put in these platforms. And I believe also more and more people would be encouraged to write in African languages, because what we're grappling with at the moment is people seeing value in African languages. These languages are not used at school, so why should I learn about them? Why should I start at university to learn in my own home language and hope to teach when I know that even teaching is still relatively in English? So that would also increase the value of these languages should the government support the development of these languages and invest more in the translation of the terminology. And he also said that translation often happens in silos. This is an argument that has been put forward by a lot of scholars. Also, in this project, we are doing it independently. That's one example where you find that there is a lack of collaboration between language developers and linguists in the field who are actually should be playing a role in developing these languages together. And also collaboration with local communities. We found that sometimes some people develop the languages without consulting people around them and end up misrepresenting those people. And we're saying that Google Translate must also include isixhosa for people to effectively access and to use the application on the software instead of just having those 2,000 articles. There should be a way that will encourage people to translate on more documents and have them on Wikipedia, for instance. Maybe encouraging people by having an incentive whereby those people who are doing that, they are also maybe having copyright or some kind of return for doing such work. Because there is hesitancy, we can't rely on people who are volunteering for these languages. We're also saying that publishing of various material in African languages, it would also refute the backwardness of African languages and increase the availability of corpora. So if more people are translating and PenSouth is verifying those translations and there are collaborations that are championing this, then we would have more articles that are presented on online spaces to help assist with our visibility. And yeah, we also said that there should also be incentives and economic prospects attached to African languages so that also parents can encourage their learners to learn these languages. So that also there is not that, what's the point of learning in African languages? The job market is killing, encouraging people to converse and to also talk with their employees, even in interviews, the use of English. So that is all that we prepared for you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for walking us through the different process of misrepresentation of the African languages on the digital space. And I yeah, so and based on what I'm seeing here, I am not seeing any questions so far. But for our dear participant, our dear audience, if you have any question you want to ask, you can use the chat box, or you can raise your hand and you'll be asked to unmute to ask your questions. So the floor is open. Please indicate if you have any question. Thank you very much. Okay. Still there's no more question, no questions so far. It means that the session was very clarified and it was encompassing, and our audience were able to get the necessary information that pertains to the misrepresentation and representation of African languages on the digital space. Thank you very much, Atinkos. Yeah, thank you very much for sharing with us your information and knowledge, and it was quite an insightful one. And I will give you back your time since we are done with this session. Please, our audience, also do you can go out and stretch yourself while we wait in the next couple of minutes. The next session will commence at 2:30 p.m. UTC. Thank you and stay tuned.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for sitting tight and exercising patience while we wait for our next speaker to present in the next 3 minutes right now. Yeah, so this session will be focusing on evolving educational strategies in the age of AI, and it will be taken by Wajiko Mboga. I hope I pronounced it right. She is a lecturer of Chinese language at the United States International University. She's recently focused on teaching methodologies for the modern learner who has greatly evolved and whose learning styles, including robust advanced technology used while learning. So this session will be delivered in English language, and it will be a session of 50 minutes, an individual session, and it will examine the shifting role of educators in facilitating AI-driven peer learning and fostering environments conducive to active self-directed learning. So I'll be inviting Wajibu to share her insight with us, and while we take it all from there. Thank you very much, and over to you, Wajibu.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, where you are. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Wanjiku.
All right. My name is Wanjiku Mbugwa. Mbugwa is my surname, Mbugwa, not Mbuga. Mbuga in Swahili is something else. That's on a light note, though. I will be sharing my document just now. I'm trying to share my document. Just a minute. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen now. Yeah.
Perfect, perfect. So as I was introducing myself, my name is Wanjiku Mbugwa, as I've been introduced, and I will be looking at the evolving education strategies for the modern learner, because I felt that it was important to focus on the modern learner, because that's where we are headed, all of us. And to introduce my work, I was looking at technology and how it aids learning. My work is to look at the tools that are currently either being used or not being used in the learning world, and the peer learning amongst peers, and platforms that can enhance interaction in class to make learning active, learning interesting, and perhaps even aid in the transfer of knowledge while having fun at the same time. So what I'm just trying to say is that education has really gone through a significant transformation. However, educators are still lagging behind in terms of coping with how times have changed. And the objectives of my study were to look at, but they're going forward, I'll just be calling technology-aided learning as TAL. We'll look at how learning has changed and how it has favored or not favored the modern learner. We'll actually examine the shifting role of educators. Do educators need to shift their way of teaching? Do they still need to lecture how it was done before? And even here in educators' caliber, I still chose to look at the community. How is the community shifting in terms of changing with how the world is changing? Like, for example, the issue of parents or the community. The transfer of language is highly oral still today, meaning our African languages is highly oral. In the past years, I think language was shared mostly orally, or if it was taught in school, still oral language was highly practiced. But today you'll hear somebody saying that they can hear their language, but they cannot speak it, or they can speak it, but they're not fluent. So these are the things I want us to look at, and the gaps that the past way of teaching language and the future way of teaching language, and the gap in between. So I was actually focusing on what is the future of African languages in the digital era. Will our languages be left behind? For me, I speak a couple languages, but I wanted to showcase Swahili, for example. Swahili language is spoken by many countries in Africa and outside Africa, and I dare say it's one of the most spoken language in Africa. And even if it is highly spoken in Africa, actually in East Africa, there are very many Swahili speakers, but there are some still who don't speak Swahili very fluent. In other than Swahili, we still have other languages, but I have information on Swahili. You find that Swahili, its digital presence is not that much. It being a language that is widely spoken, it's spoken, you'd imagine the number of people that speak that language would have a high digital presence. So with the focus of Swahili, I wanted to find out how do we transfer this language in the modern world or any other language. So I also thought that many other African languages also suffer from the same fate, limited digital presence. From what we've had, also perhaps this could be an issue also in the African world. So what could be done, for example, for us to promote or to preserve our culture? We need to look at the study looked at how the educators today can change to bridge the gap with the modern learner, because the modern learner is so fixated in their way of learning, either through digital platform or through peer learning, but the educators are also fixated in their old way of doing things. So you find that in between here, there's no cohesion, and the educators who mostly have the language, by and by, as time changes and nature takes its course, and fewer people are able to speak the language, and now the modern learner is embracing other languages. As I was introduced, I'm also a lecturer of Chinese language. You'll find that foreign languages have a higher uptick than our African languages. So foreign languages, perhaps they have more in terms of digital presence, hence why there's an uptick. However, if there could be an uptake of this TAL to foster a better uptake of the language acquisition, perhaps it could be could be at a better place. In my study, I looked at how we can learn the language in a more engaging and social interaction by, for example, using games. I found, as a lecturer who teaches languages, I found that teaching a language, especially a language, students don't like learning language as much as they like doing other majors. You find that when you teach a language using games, for example, or other teaching aids, and make it interactive, it helps you connect with the student better, and you get the same or better results. And at the end of the day, the target of the day is met. So you find that active learning, as opposed to the old way of transferring information, it today works better. So the study looked at the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs informed a lot of my study. The sentiments here mostly are received from the Gen Zs. And these are the insights that I got. Yeah. If I could give an example of enhanced accessibility and inclusivity. Last year in Kenya, there was a need for language to be translated into different languages. There was this financial bill that was about to be passed, and the financial bill was only in English. Now, this was now the opposite way of what I was trying to explain. It was done in English, but it was affecting the whole country, and the whole country, even the ones in the villages, because of the things that were in that finance bill. So the Gen Z ran with it. They actually translated it into our local languages, and this translation got into WhatsApp groups, online platforms, and there was online discussions that helped to make the people who don't understand English or Swahili understand what the financial bill for 2024 was all about. And because of that, those translations, it helped in gaining momentum to either say yes or no to it. What's my point? My point is language was used to actually, somebody was weaponizing language, or somebody was using language to aid something, better results. So Gen Z is taking up the videos and forwarding them here and there. It helped reach out through language and through the digital platform. So you find that if there's inclusivity, there's learning is actually realized. And as I earlier said, that most of our languages are highly oral. There's limited in activity on the AI realm. The other sentiment I also got was, yes, language in the digital realm is a good way, is a good thing. But there was also questions that I was being asked. Do this is it the best way to, is this the best way forward to go about it? Is that the best solution to go about it, making everything online? Are we shutting out some people? Yeah. And it made me think about the future of the steps of putting everything in the digital world, but that will come later. And perhaps there's need for educators to also be onboarded in the TAL world as well, because if you look at universities, most seasoned educators prefer the traditional way of teaching. So with the learning no longer being confined in an area like a physical space, learning can take place online. Learning can take place in a digital platform where there's collaborative forums for discussions, where it also removes boundaries. So I would imagine myself being in an online platform learning another language, and through that, I'm able to grasp and to understand the next person. And people in different countries who would want to learn the language would actually enjoy learning in not a physical space, because the modern learner today, confining them in physical spaces, they're not finding it fun, because I've studied the modern learner. Their learning has to be fun, has to be interactive. All right. Learners, when they engage in this digital era, their way of peer learning is self-paced. You find that when you go to TikTok, you find learners going through learners coming up with trends, and the trends are also a way of learning also through fun. So if a clip of your class can actually go into the TikTok world, or it can go onto Twitter, it could have a wider reach than the traditional way of doing things. And focus here being language. So the modern learner today only knows mostly or only cares about maybe English and another foreign language. But if you find them in their space and drop that TikTok video, or drop that tweet, that video on Twitter, perhaps you could actually find the learner embracing their language and being proud of their language, because not many of the modern learners are proud of their language, so to speak. Well, learning through the digital era also guarantees real-time feedback because of the online interaction. So you find that multiple use of these platforms, the AI chat boxes, the Twitter interspace, the TikTok, because today, if you want to find the modern learner, you'll just find them online. Yeah. So there's a gap. I found a gap that educators need to embrace. The educators need to, I feel like they need to embrace technology, and they also need to change their pedagogical skills, because the pedagogy today is the traditional way of doing things, but that is slowly being outdated. And the educator, and here educator, remember I said, I mean the teacher, the traditional teacher, and also the community. Now this community also involves our parents, and you can imagine the onboarding parents into using technology to also teach their children and grandchildren. But that could be a need, because that is where to find them anyway. Yeah. And then assessing these tools, the educators need to assess the tools. Is TikTok working for a grandmom to teach their grandchild a language? Is Xspace working for a classroom? Is the videos on Instagram working to, send the information out? all these are just my way of thinking of making sure that we promote and preserve our languages, because the modern learner today their concern for the language is dwindling by the day. And more information on that, using the TAL tools to center the learning onto the learner, and less more of the learner, less of the educator, so that perhaps the uptake would be better. I was told my time was how much? Promoting individual and group learning. COVID, for me, COVID taught me a lot. COVID taught me that learning can actually take place anywhere. It's not what we're used to, but learning in the online space can be good and can be bad, negative for the ones who perhaps cannot access the tools. So for this study, what it recommends, it's to have continuous evaluation of these tools, the AI, any digital platform, or any digital pedagogical approaches that might be used, and capacity building for educators, because educators are stuck in the less digital era in terms of transfer of information, and the learner is stuck also in the digital era. And promotion of digital equity, this one can be a bit challenging because resources are involved. And then institutions can also integrate both ways of learning. And unfortunately, you find that most institutions, their online platforms are not as strong as their traditional way of learning. But traditional way of learning slowly by the day is becoming is getting a lot of competition. You find that most institutions that have online teaching have an edge for competition compared to the ones with less of that. So as I conclude, these are the call to actions that I give, that there's a call for educators to engage to themselves, better themselves. Further studies also need to be done to explore how the digital era is creating a gap between our African languages and the modern learner. And perhaps there should be more policies that are made to ensure that for each lesson that is taught online, traditional way, there should be another lesson that is taught in the online way, or any other policy that can be made to ensure that our languages are not extinct, because the modern learner, like I said, they are more interested in other things that are online than the traditional way. Even you find that them opening a book to read, it's a tall order. So with that, I end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Wanjiku Mpugwa. Yeah, I hope I got it right this time around.
Yes, I got it right.
Great. Thank you very much for sharing those insights with us, and I hope that the participants have been able to get some insights with regards to African languages, AI, and the rest of it. And now looking at my chat box, I haven't seen any question yet, but I invite the participants, our audience, if you have any question, you can go ahead and raise your hand or indicate on the, or you can type in your questions on the chat box, so that Wanjiku Boga will be able to give you response to some of those questions you have. The floor is open now. Thank you. Well, in the absence of no further questions, I believe that the session has been able to clarify us in terms of African languages and its relationship with AI and the rest of it, and also how it is evolving in educational strategies. And I hope our audience have been able to get some insight about it, and also how they'll be able to facilitate an AI-driven peer learning, and also fostering an environment that is very, very conducive to active and self-directed learning. Thank you very much, Wanjiku Mbugua, for sharing some of those insights with us. And I wouldn't want to take up much of our time. And in the absence of no further question, I'll be giving back us all our time. And I also invite us all to join us tomorrow, which is the closing session for the Africa Language Conference 2025. And tomorrow we'll be having a session on empowering indigenous languages through digital activism. And that will be a panel session. And we'll also have a session on reviving indigenous languages, a case study of the Hayam language. And that will also be an individual presentation. And we will also have a session on language digital activism as a revitalization tool for endangered languages, the case of Ibani Ijo. And that will also be another panel discussion. Then after that, we'll also be having the closing ceremony by the African Languages Conference for organizing team. And this will follow suit after the language digital activism by Dr. Ebitare Odikudo. The closing ceremony will be happening at 3 p.m. UTC. And we invite us all to join us and come, let's draw the curtain that we drew open on the 21st of February 2024. So on this note, I bid us all a pleasant evening, a pleasant afternoon, a pleasant morning, and do enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. Thank you very much.